All right. We'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. Ms. Jackson, would you mind opening this up?
Most gracious. Happy to. Everyone, please bow your head. Most gracious Father, thank you. Thank you for another wonderful day. Thank you for the wonderful co-workers, friends, family that sit before us today. Father, wrap your arms around those that are in need. We all are in need, but there are some that are more needy than us. If you will, help us understand the reasoning for the pandemic. Help us understand that your will be done irregardless of how we see it. Father, help the judgments of things that go on today where it's set for the public to be protected. In Jesus' name, we all pray. Amen.
Stated previously, we do have a quorum. I have a motion. We approve the agenda. Make a motion from Ms. Jackson, second. Jeremy, all in favor? Motion carries. We have first up, Dr. Dobbs. Is he on the line?
Yes.
Okay. To let him go ahead and speak because I understand he has another engagement.
Yeah, and I'll go relatively quickly and then let you guys have some time for questions or comments. Can y'all allow me to share my screen? If y'all could allow me to share my screen or maybe make me host or co-host, I'd like to share some slides.
We're working on it.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right.
Ms. Dodd, you can share your screen now.
Can we not see it?
There we go.
Yeah, he's
Can't see it, Jordan.
it's on yours, but it's not on our screen.
Can y'all see it?
Not yet.
Give us 1 second. It's shared on the laptop. He's trying to get it pulled up on the big screen.
No, we lost it.
Just tell me when y'all are ready for me to get started.
Can you unshare it really quickly?
Oh, yes, sir.
All right.
You can share it now.
Okay.
Ready to share again. Good deal. Good to see you.
Great.
Great. So I'll go over kind of where we are with the COVID pandemic real quickly. You can see that, you know, we obviously we all know that we had a pretty horrific Delta surge that led to a lot of cases. I mean, we had for a while, we're losing 200 people a week to COVID. We've had a steady decline, but we've seen in recent weeks a little bit of a rebound in the total number of COVID cases and a little bit of a rebound in deaths. We're not entirely surprised because we knew that folks were starting to get together. Sort of mask use is dropping off. The holidays are always a stress with you know, Halloween and then with Thanksgiving, but it certainly could have been worse so far. So we're seeing a rebound, but it's not as bad as it potentially could be. But if we look at where we're going into the future, we do have some earlier predictors. We have these surveillance networks that we use. One of them is for COVID-like illness and one of them is for flu. And you can see we've had a simultaneous increase in our COVID-like illness and our flu-like illness over the past week or so. And that is concerning that we're going to see ongoing number of cases and hospitalizations. All this information, well, this information is on our website. We do want to continue to reiterate that although some people can get COVID if they've been vaccinated, the risk of death and severe disease is much improved. For different age groups, the risk is a little bit different. If you're 40 to 49, there's a 12-fold risk reduction of getting infected, 12-fold risk reduction of being hospitalized, and about 100% protection considerable for the previous month. So we're seeing that folks aren't dying, especially if they're younger. And even for 50 to 64, we see a 6-fold risk reduction in death if you've been vaccinated. And if you're 65 to 74, again, it's about 85% protection from death. And if you're 75 and older, again, 6-fold reduction. So you're your capacity to not have severe illness or die is much improved if folks are vaccinated. That's one of the reasons why we also want to make sure people get boosters, because a lot of these folks who are older or not, or even the small number, the vast majority of them are unboosted. So it's important to remember, kind of like the flu shot. We wouldn't take a flu shot last year and consider it to cover us for this year. A lot of people are about a year out from their first COVID shots. And so it's time to get a booster, even from that concept. And we also know that it's going to help us with Delta and with Omicron. I'll talk about that in a second. I do want to touch real quickly on COVID vaccine safety. We have a growing and phenomenal, overwhelming amount of data showing how phenomenally safe, especially the mRNA vaccines are. Looking at millions of cases, they're seeing no increased rates of adverse events, although rarely we do see anaphylaxis. You can be allergic to anything, so that's not too surprising. Again, this doesn't mean that people died. It means they had a reaction and they were treated. And, that's something that's totally treatable in the context of medical care. We also know that people who have COVID vaccine are less likely to die for any cause by a significant margin than people who are not vaccinated, and there's no higher risk of death from other causes among vaccinated. It's important to know that some of the things that the fear mongers were saying about bad things from COVID vaccine have not come to fruition. So please, if you've been sitting on the fence, know that the safety data is extremely strong, no increased risk of miscarriage, but in contrast, COVID does clearly increase risk of death among pregnant women and doubles the rate of stillbirth. So information is to keep going forward. We want to protect everybody, including pregnant women. We're encouraging everyone to make a holiday safety plan because we're going to see a lot of cases. We're almost certainly will see a surge with travel and people over the holidays, but it doesn't mean something bad has to happen. You go ahead and make a plan about getting your boosters, make a plan about where you can get tested, either people who are visiting you here or if you're going out of town. In Mississippi or what other parts of the country, make a COVID safety plan. Find out where you can get tested in case you need it. Maybe buy some at-home kits that you can have with you in case you need it. And I have some, right? It certainly is nice to be able to test yourself if you wanted to, without having to, get a lot of the hassle. But keep in mind, there's flu out there too. So if you're sick, we still strongly encourage people to go ahead and get medical attention. And also know where to get monoclonal antibody treatment. In Mississippi, we have a fantastic network of monoclonal antibody treatment centers. Know where you would go if you get COVID so that you can go, or if you have a family member visiting from out of town, know where they can get treatment in your community. A little bit on the Omicron, real quickly, it's a new variant. Initially worrisome because it had numerous mutations, especially on the spike protein, the part of the coronavirus that binds to our cells. And that made us worry about a lot of things, including the contagiousness and the immunity. We're concerned that it does look like it's more contagious for a whole host of reasons, more contagious than Delta, although not the same order of magnitude as Delta was from Alpha. We do have concerns about the ability of the Omicron variant to get around vaccine-induced immunity. We're worried about it getting around infection-induced immunity and monoclonal antibody treatments. I can tell you what we know so far. It does look like that there is retained efficacy of the vaccines, but it's not as good. But if you get the booster, especially with Pfizer, they have data, it looks like you have pretty strong protection. So it's really important right now, if you hadn't had your booster dose yet, go ahead and get your booster. We do know that people can get Omicron even if they've had Delta recently. They saw a lot of that in South Africa. So having infection does not mean that you're protected against Omicron. So still important to look at getting a vaccine. And then monoclonal antibodies, this is a real concern. It looks like our most common monoclonal antibodies that we're using, the REGEN-COV and the bamlanivimab, etesevimab, may not work as well against Omicron. So that makes it extra important to get your boosters because we don't have that backstop of our most commonly used monoclonal antibodies. Another monoclonal that is not as widely available called sotrovimab looks like it's probably still effective. We don't know for sure, but that probably was going to be one we want for Omicron. Right now in Mississippi, we only have one confirmed case. Almost all the cases that we have are Delta, and these monoclonals work great. So if you get COVID, go get monoclonals, and you can get the normal stuff that we have, the Regeneron and the Bamedi. Other things we know, just it seems like it's more contagious. Again, vaccines protective, but boosters needed for maximal effect. It might be a less severe illness. We don't know for sure. A lot of the cases we've seen have been relatively mild symptoms or asymptomatic. It's hard to know what that means in general because most of the folks we've seen who've had mild disease or asymptomatic were vaccinated, right? So does that mean they're protected? What's going to happen when unvaccinated, non-immune people get it? Are they going to do well? Or are they going to get really sick? And we also don't know if it's because we're doing such extensive surveillance on travelers that we're picking up a lot of mild cases. So we're hopeful that it's less severe, but please don't hang your hat on that. If you want to read more about it at this website here is all the updates that CD has on the Omicron variant. Encourage you to read more and more about that. Just 3 takeaway message: COVID is not over. Please continue reasonable safety measures. Still recommended to wear masks indoors in public. Think about doing things outdoors if you can, if the weather permits, and also, maybe limit some of your larger gatherings, especially if you're immunocompromised or have weakened immune systems. Get your booster. If you hadn't had a booster yet, please get your booster and make a holiday safety plan as we discussed earlier. And that is all I had to share formally. Does the board have any questions or that they would like to share? And do I need to make someone else the presenter? Or do y'all have that still?
You've been up there.
Any questions?
You've been up
There being no questions at this time, Dr. Dawes, we appreciate the time you took out to give us information.
Y'all have a great weekend. Thank you.
there. Thank you.
All right, moving down the list. Go into Dr. Burke.
Good morning, everyone. I do not have any items to bring forward for recommendation, but I do have just a status report. The Mississippi Practical Nursing Programs, they completed their annual report. And in your package, you'll see copies of that pertinent information. There is a list of the approved practical nursing programs in the state with their date of their last accreditation and also their next accreditation visit. Also, you will see there is a graph that shows the trend of the PN graduates by academic year from 2015 to 2020. Those are the 15 schools in the state, and you can see the number of graduates they have presented since 2015. The next graph just shows the PN NCLEX rate, again for 2015 to 2020. And you'll see the trends in that. Most of the schools have remained somewhat the same or consistent with their NCLEX pass rate. And last is the completion data by the year. And for those who have the individuals to enter, they do have different parameters in terms of the completion. So with the students that they admit, you see those numbers and percentages. And again, this covers from 2015 to 2020. So it gives you a bird's eye view of what the schools have been doing throughout the state for the last 5 years. Also, Concord Career College, they're currently in stage 2 of qualifying for initial accreditation. They have submitted their self-study to establish a new program, and we have a site visit scheduled for February 2022. The site visit team has been selected. It consists of Dr. Shaquita Dixon. She's the Dean of Health Sciences at Coahoma. Dr. Christy Blair. She is the Division Chair at Holmes. And Dr. Lisa Pearson. She is the Secretary at Coahoma. And the purpose of this visit is for us to clarify, amplify, and verify the information that they have submitted in their self-study. So again, this will be a face-to-face visit, and we will look at their program, or the program that they're proposing from top to bottom. This will also include speaking to their administrators and also having a visit to those proposed clinical sites as well. The last thing I have is information on a legal practical nursing program that is attempting to practice in the state of Mississippi. This program, they have been advertising online as a 24-week online practical nursing program. There are no online practical nursing programs in the state of Mississippi. I just want everybody to understand that. Their advertisement states that they are going to start January 2022. They are considered illegal because they have not applied for a certificate of registration or an agent's permit as required by NCCB Office of Proprietary Schools. This institution is not recognized or authorized by the United States Department of Education Agency Accreditation, and they have not collaborated with Mississippi Board of Nursing to review or discuss the application process. We have been working with the MCCB, Office of Proprietary Schools, and sending out letters and notifications to these individuals to let them know that they are not approved school, and that if they are trying to go forward, they would be practicing illegally and legal actions will be taken. That is the end of my status report.
Anybody have any questions, Dr. Burke?
Are we able?
Have y'all got some kind of disclaimer or something on the website? Like red alert, like this is happening? Can you do that?
Well, the MCCB, because they're proprietary school, is the first step that they have to go to. And I do know that they are in talks with the AG's office, if I'm not mistaken, because that has to be reported to the AG's office. So we're at that stage right now. We've had a couple of, and Dr. Burks can probably elaborate on that more, LPNs that knew that this didn't look right and contacted the Board of Nursing because I think some had even paid some money to go to this program, but when they got to looking at it, they said, this doesn't look right. So Dr. Burks, you want to elaborate on that?
Yes, they've actually paid money. They were advertising the school as $2,500. So individuals have paid their money. They have now reached out to the AG's office because this institution is refusing to return their money to them. They collected their money through PayPal. And when PayPal was notified, the individuals has cleared out the account. So that account no longer existed. This actually was brought to our attention about 3 weeks ago. Well, last weekend, what happened was they changed the name of their institution. They placed the information back on social media with a different name, and they left that information up. So more people was reaching out saying, is this legitimate? Because one of their statements that they had on the information is that they had spoken to the board.
What's the name of the institution?
Allied Certified Technician.
And I guess my question, Dr. Burks, do we have any data to know how many people have actually paid for this course?
I do not know how many have actually paid, but those individuals that did report, they sent their information to the board of where they have proof that they paid and the contact. And their contacts reached out to that number that was on their site. That number is no longer in service. They had an address in Mississippi, now it's showing an address in Alabama, and they are not approved in Alabama either. And they also had a Louisiana number, so they are hitting all the states. We're just trying to collect all of this information.
Are the other states joining in with us?
They are aware because once I see that they have an address or a number to another state, I reach out to that state and they said they don't have anything on them.
And are they able to locate exactly who these persons are that have done this?
The original individual, we have that person's name, but since then, we have no names for the updated people.
They change as soon as they know that somebody is on their tail, so to speak.
That is.
They wipe off the Facebook. So yeah, it's a major concern. But right now it's a little more AG and MCCB because we haven't approved them, but there's a lot of legal stuff that needs to be
So is there
kind of
some
a fraudulent type program in there.
sort of media push? I'm just curious from my own knowledge, is there some sort of media push we can put out there for people to really check before they sign up into these online courses that we know or not?
We talked about it. We haven't confirmed with Brett what we need to put on our website, just to alert them. We just usually let them know prior to enrolling in the school, please contact the Board of Nursing. But we talked about, we haven't confirmed what we need to put out there yet. We're just working with MCCB now, right now with this, because it keeps popping up every week under a different name.
Well, kudos to you, Dr. Burks, for catching this. Thank you.
Working on it.
We're working on it.
So we just instructing everybody and encouraging everyone. if they hear or see something, please to notify us, and that's what they've been doing.
Any other questions, for Dr. Burks? Thank you, ma'am. And I just let the board know, we didn't really skip O and W. Sanders gonna give a report towards it. Business. Have a motion, we accept the business meeting minutes from October 8th, 2021. Motion TJ second, Jeremy, all in favor? Motion carries. Have a motion, we accept the agreed settlement proposal minutes from October 2020.
Make the motion.
Have a motion, Ms. Nancy Johnson, second. Second. Jeremy, all in favor? Motion. Have a motion, we waive the reading of the names of motions.
I'll make a motion.
Have a motion, Ms. Nancy Johnson, second, Ms. Jackson, all in favor? Motion carries.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Good deal. Let me get to this and then we'll do that and then roll into trade. 2022 hearing dates and hearing panels, as far as future meetings. Does everybody have a list of the dates? Is that included in the package?
It is.
Okay.
It's, right down here,
Okay.
number 5.
Primarily just actual dates.
What were you asking for?
Approving the upcoming
Board meetings.
board meeting dates for upcoming year. Everybody received it by email. If nobody has any questions, just for expediency, go ahead and have a motion. We approve the dates for the 2022 meeting. Have a motion, Jeremy, second. Second, Nancy Johnson, all in favor? I've seen it. You got the same dates. Yes. Future meetings, we have the agreed settlement proposals February 8th, disciplinary hearings February 9th and 10th, this meeting February 11th. The upcoming panel will be consist of Ms. Sandra Culpepper, Ms. Shirley Jackson, Ms. Janie Clanton, and Dr. Wilson King. So wrapping back around up here, open forum. Are there any other members of the public that would like to speak? Anybody on Zoom?
Yes, sir. I am on Zoom, Felicia Miller.
Okay.
Ms. Miller, would you like to speak?
Oh,
Oh,
yes, I'm sorry. I didn't know the melody of it. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was just addressing,
Later.
Are you a member of one of the professional associations? I guess that's my question.
no, ma'am, I'm sorry. I am strictly in on a board hearing.
Okay, so yours will be later. If you will hold that.
Yes, I apologize. Yes,
All right,
ma'am, I'm
thank you.
sorry.
Thank you.
Tell you what, we'll go ahead and let Trey do his legislative report. And if there's anybody that has something, we'll come back around to the end and make sure we don't miss it.
Good morning or afternoon. Yeah, we're still morning. Wanted to give you an update. First, I wanted to say the meeting seems different with Shan not here, doesn't it? Very sorry about her family loss, and I know you're all aware of it, but moving on, I wanted to start by saying that we have a Capitol Day set. That is a day for our board and our director, Ms. Johnson, gets excited about that Capitol Day, but it is a great opportunity. And I encourage all of you to attend because it's a great time to interact with legislators. It gives us a presence at the Capitol. You'll know people that you see, you'll know them, and a lot of friends and your people back from back home. So that's going to be January 18th. Our setup is going to be 1 to 1:30, and our actual time will be 1:30 to 3:30. So we'll kind of have the afternoon block in the rotunda. I was telling Phyllis, I'm happy that we got this because, they were blocking this, last year we couldn't do it. They wouldn't let anybody in. And just recently they decided to do some limited events. So got on it quickly to secure us a spot. But that's a good time too, because that's a busy time at the Capitol. There'll be a lot of people there. It's before your first major legislative deadline, committee deadline. So I think it's a good time to put our board members there. So just have that on your calendar. Tuesday, January 18th, 1 p.m. setup, but 1:30 to 3:30, we'll have a table there. We have had some refreshments and that kind of thing. With COVID, we'll have to see if they allow us to do that. If they do, we'll provide refreshments. The session starts Tuesday, January the 4th, 12 p.m. At noon. I hope I make it back from the Sugar Bowl. I should have put that in there for you Bulldog fans. But this is going to be all sessions are busy. There are a lot of big issues on the table this year. Everything from, medical marijuana, elimination, possibly state income tax, something the speaker feels very strongly about. You've got congressional legislative redistricting, where they redraw the lines. So, Jeremy's he's a representative, I'm a representative, and I've got a box and I got a lot of kinfolks or people in, and all of a sudden, Phyllis, they draw the map. He gets my folks in his district. I'm not happy. So you can see when you start moving things around. I think the legislature shouldn't be too bad, I hope, but there's always some bumps in that process. So, of course, I do anticipate, I'm about to get into this, I do anticipate the full practice authority issue to be really out front this session. And I'll mention that more in a moment. Medical marijuana, we know, Phyllis and I have communicated about that. I think there probably will be a bill passed. I really do. They have a draft, but I understand they've made some tweaks to it. The governor had some concerns, and one was about quantity. How much could someone, be eligible for, as far as predicated on the certificate or certification. The other thing, there was some language in one of the drafts that would appear to possibly limit law enforcement doing their job in a broader sense, not against medical marijuana. And rightfully so, I think there was some concerns. And in fairness to the legislature, I think they also shared that concern. So, there's a lot of folks, there's a lot of interest in this bill. A lot of folks have been hoping for a special session. Like I said, governor and legislature could not agree. So January, I do expect this bill to be brought up very quickly, very early in the legislative session. That doesn't mean there not be some back and forth on amendments and that kind of thing. So I just wanted you to be aware of it. The other thing I wanted to mention was really nice. The Lieutenant Governor's office, as well as Senator Hobb Ryan, Chairman of Senate Public Health, invited the Board of Nursing to come and speak on the licensing process and related issues for nurses. Of course, our executive director, Ms. Phyllis Johnson, represented this board. And I can genuinely tell you she did an excellent job representing this board. This was the full Public Health Committee. The room was full of people. Senator Bryan, he's educating his committee on, he wants them to understand the educational requirements. Y'all were just talking about the proprietary school. He wants his members to understand that. He wants them to understand the licensing process. Now, quite candidly, I think this is part of laying the foundation back to looking at this full practice authority issue during the session. And I think he's wanting to be methodical about it, as well as Lieutenant Governor's office. And I think it's great, but but Phyllis truly did a really good job, took a number of questions, answered them. She even got recognized and got the biggest round of applause. Senator Blackwell from DeSoto County had recognized her for her many years of military service. I thought that was very nice at the hearing. So it went very well. Just for your information, Dr. Temple from IHL spoke on education. Of course, Phyllis, we had Nicole, from the National Council of State Boards of Nursing. They were also on the agenda. The Mississippi Association of Nurse Practitioners had a rep that spoke. And then lastly, State Medical had a rep that spoke. But I thought overall, and Phyllis, I think you would agree, thought it was a very good hearing. Thought there was a lot of good information that came out. I think most importantly, those senators learned some things they didn't know before. And that's the whole point of it. And like I said, I think it bodes well for the future for some things the board would like to see happen. So I wanted you to be aware of that. On another thing, everybody likes to talk about money, and I certainly understand that. There's still a lot of discussion about supplemental pay. Phyllis and I again have discussed this among legislators. We have the ARPA funds, monies from the federal government. I mean, the state, it's weird to say this, is flush with cash, at least for the moment. And there still continues to be a lot of talk about supplemental pay for nurses and possibly other healthcare professionals. So we'll be closely watching that and certainly be supportive of any efforts to do that. And I think we're going to see something, come of that. And I think it should, given COVID and what our healthcare professionals and particularly our nurses have gone through during this process. Almost hard to believe, 2 years now. It's hard. So I hope something happens on that. I think we'll see some progress. So I think there's some positive things for the profession, for the board. Like I said, there's going to be a lot on the table, and we'll just continue to be engaged and keep you guys informed on what's going on. And if anybody's got a question, yes, ma'am.
Thank you for the report.
Thank you.
And I'm asking this out of my ignorance.
Sure.
I'm sure everybody on the board knows more about this than I do. So when we have the Capitol Day, when I've been involved with those kinds of things in the past, like at the federal level,
Right.
there's typically, because sometimes it's hard to stay in your lane
Right.
for why you're there.
Right.
And so as we'll be there as members of this board.
Correct.
Which
That
is
is correct.
a regulatory agency.
That's correct. Right.
And so are there things that we need to kind of focus on in terms of messaging, things that we need to maybe
Yes.
not talk about, even though we're certainly nurses independent of this board and we're citizens, independent of this board. But if we're there as representatives of the agency, how would you advise me
That's a very,
to address?
very
things
good
appropriately?
question. First and foremost, you're there as a member of this board to represent the Mississippi Board of Nursing. You all have knowledge. I mean, several of you chair subcommittees. You hear you sit in on disciplinary hearings. I think it's important, much like Phyllis did when she addressed the Senate Public Health Committee, but that's just one committee, to educate legislators or just say, look, here's kind of what we do. Nothing detailed or too, but just, we're there. We're responsible for the licensing, obviously, but we have to do disciplinary hearings. We have rulemaking authority. We want to advocate in patient safety, right? I mean, we want to make sure that we protect the public, but those kind of things. But what you will find in our legislature too, those folks will ask you questions. I mean, some of them will come, well, tell me about this, or I had somebody back home that got in a little trouble. That's what they say, a little trouble. We know what that means, Sandra. But just had a little problem. What happened? Well, I just had a pocket full of opioids, but no, but that was a joke. But anyway, but seriously, our legislators a lot of times will approach you as far as issues. If somebody, if they ask you, you can give your personal opinion. You follow me? There's nothing to prohibit, whatever the issue. You can say, well, and if you feel more comfortable, you can say, personally, as a nursing professional or as a, with my educational background, this is what I think about this issue. That's fine. And before then, we may send out, a few talking points or something for the members prior to the Capitol Day.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other question, Trey? Thank you, sir.
Thank y'all.
One last call for any members of the public. All right. Oh, the name was there.
Dr. Temple.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, hey, this is Mary. I was wondering if you could give us just a quick update. We got an update from Dr. Burks about the LPN programs, how they're doing with licensure in COVID. And I was curious to ask, what are the RN preparation programs doing in terms of NCLEX success? That's probably the easiest in light of COVID. Are we seeing an increase, decrease, that sort of thing?
Many of the schools of nursing are reporting decrease in that first time pass rate. But as they go back and repeat, they are doing better. And of course, now we're at the close of the year for this 2021, so we'll be getting the annual data put together for the calendar year.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, moving on, Executive Director report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't sure if Teresa Malone was on, if they had a report. Normally they have something. I know I saw her name on the screen. If you would allow me to ask if she has anything she would like to report, if she's still on the Zoom. Or maybe not. Maybe she's gotten off. Okay. So moving on. First of all, happy holidays, happy holidays, happy holidays. You have a little happy in your chair from the Mississippi Board of Nursing. Hopefully you may have something else coming that hadn't gotten here yet, but we'll get that to you. But that's on behalf of the staff here. We appreciate everything that you all do. We appreciate your leadership. So this is our happy to you. And hopefully you will enjoy that. Thank you for all that you do. Update wise, I just want to let you have a copy of my report in your packet. I do want to remind you of the board retreat, the Board of Directors retreat, January 24th through the 25th at the Sheraton Refuge Hotel and Conference Center in Flowood, Mississippi. So everything has been established. Our speakers were able to also be available those dates. And we will be sending out the agenda to you again closer to that time. If you have not made your accommodations, please make sure you check with Vanessa Gray, the executive assistant, to confirm everything that you need as far as being accommodated and where you're going to be staying for that particular day. Trey has already mentioned the Capitol Day, and I'm glad he confirmed January 18th. But we had talked about that. Normally we get down there and set up. As he said, setup time is 1 o'clock, and then 1:30, usually things kick off. But we're normally down there a little bit earlier than that, around 12-ish, to make sure we get everything set up. And once we set up, people will start coming and talking to you. So we will try to put together talking points on some things that they may inquire, such as full practice authority. You know, we support nurses practicing to the full extent of their education and training. So those are talking points that I can definitely give you some things to say about that. And Trey has also already mentioned, the Senate hearing, which is one of the things that you'll see in your packet on our disability. And I do think that went very well. I do appreciate Dr. Melissa Temple, who partnered and worked with me prior to that meeting because she wanted to make sure that, the educational information and the regulatory information was accurate and pertinent to what they were trying to find out. So she did an outstanding job as well in her presentation at the hearing. So we appreciate IHL partnering with us in that effort, because as you all know, it's going to take all of us to work together to get things accomplished for the safety of the citizens of this state. And also we want to thank National Council, Nicole Labanas, who flew in for that as well, provided excellent testimony. The professional associations provided input, specifically MANP, who had representatives there as well to speak. So I want to extend a personal thank you to all of those individuals that participated in that. And of course, the Board of Nursing staff who worked diligently to prepare for that. Brett did a great job in helping us with that, as well as Shan, but all of the licensure staff participated in that. Dr. Tina Hatfield and her staff did an amazing job. I will inform the board that as a follow-up, I have been in conversation with Senator Hobb Bryan on providing some additional follow-up in accuracy of the numbers and some other information that he has requested. Letter was received in our office on last Friday with some information that Senator Hobb Bryan wanted. So I am working on that. I did send him a letter because we want to delve down into that information a little bit more. And some of the information that he has requested is so tedious that we have to manually go in the licensure division just to reevaluate the data. So I did send him a letter, outlining that it would probably be Monday. That's my date to send him a letter with all the information that he has requested. I just want you all to be aware of that. Secondly, the MEC Capital Day will be January the 6th, 2022 from, I think it's 8:30 to 1:30 at the Mississippi Trade Mart. We normally participate in that. If you are interested in attending that event, please let us know. There are 10 still available if you wish to participate. So I need to know if you are interested, if you will be participating, so we can reserve one of those slots for you. And I need to know as soon as possible. Definitely by Monday, if you need to check something, but definitely by Monday, I need to know if you will be participating and attending the Trade Mart event. It is a great event. You get a chance also to mingle with the legislators and visit the Capitol. I think they have an hour set aside. They sent the agenda on their website. So it's a great opportunity, again, to hobnob and network and talk about legislative issues. So please let me know if you're interested in attending that event. The only other thing you see on the board visibility, we've been pretty busy, attended the MEC Hobnob. We've also been working with the Office of Physician Workforce, Dr. Mitchell and his staff in looking at data. Shannon and I have been talking about efforts to increase the data portion of our job, and we're looking at doing that and looking at some other, maybe partnering with other entities as well. They reached out to us, as a matter of fact. And so we are talking to them about some things, and we'll keep you abreast of what happens with that. But we do feel like we need to be able to tell our story a little bit better and more accurately. So we're looking into some other ways to do that. And I think that's all that I have. If you have any questions about the board visibility that's for you, we feel free to ask those questions, and I'll answer those to the best of my ability. I do appreciate Jan Collins, who is our board member, who the Madison County Business League and Foundation, which we are a part, and Makita. And I thank them for recognizing me as their visionary leader at their conference, at their award ceremony this past month. So thank you.
Thank you. We're very proud of it.
And that's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. And as Brad, if you would check a message I sent. Any questions for Dr. Johnson? Thank you for that. Thank you for doing. Like I said in the previous one, if you have not had the opportunity to go and look at her presentation to the Senate committee, it was excellent. Very well represented. It's on YouTube. You can skip the part you didn't like. All right. Good deal. So with that said, I take that as a yes. Put them out. Okay. From executive committee, we do have one thing to bring out. There was a raise for Dr. Johnson. I asked that we accept the executive committee's recommendation for the increase in salary that was discussed in the previous.
Make a motion.
Have a motion, Ms. Nancy Johnson, second, DJ, all in favor? Motion carries. That's all from executive. The board retreat, it's already been spoken of as far as the timing, make sure you get your information in. Compliance committee.
Thank you, sir. From Compliance Committee, we have 5 motions to bring forward today. I would like to thank the staff, Ms. Vera and her staff today done a wonderful job getting things together for us. I move that the board adopt the Compliance Committee's recommendation that the following affidavits, formal reprimands be accepted for ratification. License number R850242. I move that the board adopt the Compliance Committee's recommendation to deny the request of license number R868902 NP for early release from the respondent's 36-month probationary period. The board's Compliance Committee moves to modify the October 18, 2019 final order to remove indirect supervision and include notification of any employment change required prior approval by the board. I move that the board adopt the Compliance Committee's recommendation to deny the request of license number R878929 to modify the respondent's prohibited area of practice in the final order dated and signed June 16, 2021. Respondent is requesting to allow to work in an emergency room setting. I move that the board adopt the Compliance Committee's recommendation to approve the request of license number R869380 for a second extension on the payment for the $1,000 fine that was assessed in the final order dated and signed July 21st, 2021. The respondent is granted an additional 60 calendar day extension. I move that the board adopt the Compliance Committee's recommendation to approve the petition of license number R-859306 MP to be released early from respondent's 54-month probation period to the final order dated and signed March 20th, 2019 that incorporated the final order dated and signed October 10th, 2017.
Any questions? I have a motion. I guess all in favor of accepting the motion. Any opposed? Advanced practice,
Mr. President, we have nothing to bring forward today.
advanced practice committee.
Code, Administrative Code plans to work with Ms. Johnson on formulating a meeting scheduled in the next couple of weeks to discuss matters that are fairly urgent.
Finance committee.
Yes, and I'll give the budget report. It's just, as part of this, in your packets, you have a copy of the financials. The finance committee did meet this morning and reviewed this, and so it's coming as a motion for approval from the committee. But just to give you some quick information, our revenue for October is a little over 208,000. The expenses for October were 1.038 million. That a large sum of that, and you'll see it on, I think, page 4 of this report, is because the OMW grants were paid out to the schools out of that money. So cash on hand is 5.3 million and some change. We are in the LPN renewal year, so and Dr. Highfield helped us with this information to get it as the most current we have. We have basically in the state, we have 14,000, around 14,000 LPNs. As of the last count, we have 7,695 who are left to renew. And so as a finance committee, we were like, "Ooh, we need the money." Oh, but but this is consistent with the way that apparently this happens in years past. This is not unusual, and so we do anticipate that the staff will be inundated with applications for renewal in the next few weeks. There is some progress made on the proposal for the increase of 3% employee raise for the staff. And we're still waiting on final approval, but that is moving forward. And we handled the other issue. And the last thing is just part of this report is to let you know that there has been a bond secured for the treasurer at $50,000. And that's the end of my report.
Question for finance. Hey, man, I would like to bring up one point that we were made aware of. We were talking about the renewals that didn't understand before. It was explained that if you wait until the last minute and pay your money, payment doesn't come directly to the board. It goes to another agency and then gets circled back. So there may be a delay from the time you apply and pay to when you are officially approved. I bring that up for the end of year, last day people. Just realize it may be a few days into the new year before you're actually officially granted that renewal license, which could cause some hiccups in some organizations. So for those of you that have people that are employed, I just kind of encourage that to not wait for the last. That said, I want to.
We need I'm sorry.
Motion.
We have a motion to accept the budget
A motion from
from the committee.
all in favor of accepting the budget?
Aye.
Mr. President, we have nothing to bring forward from ONW at this time, but we do foresee a meeting coming up late February. I'm sorry, let me take that back. Late January, early February is a quarterly meeting.
With that said, any other business?
I just want to remind the board, staff, and board of directors that we will be closed for the holidays, December 23rd and 24th of December. That was through the proclamation that was issued by the governor, and they gave us leeway to do that. So if you have LPNs working for you or your facility, please go back and encourage them. Don't wait till the last minute, because as the chairman has said, when they pay their money, that goes to a different agency. And sometimes that agency, it may be 2 days before they are able to transact that back to our IT system. And you will be delinquent or non-compliant and not having a license if you wait till the last minute, because it'll show up in 2022. So I just encourage you all to make sure that they are aware. The board will be closed on the 23rd and the 24th. And then the next week is New Year's, but we'll be here, but those holidays do fall into play.
And I just want to confirm so that those LPNs out there understand this. I know that for my nurse aides, once they lapse, regardless of if that money is in process or not, they will not be able to practice.
Correct.
So if you wait.
If it does not,
and you're not processed until the second week of January, you cannot practice.
you have a lapsed license until the board approves, and it's on your gateway that your license has been approved, irregardless of if you paid your money in 2021.
I have a question. Is there a way to expedite that message via the website or text?
We've sent out on our social media, and we've sent out blast emails to remind them. It's automatically in the system to send them those reminders, so they are aware.
Well, that's good.
Thank you.
Recess, allow the attorneys to prepare for a full board. Are we gonna do the dismissal first? Okay.
Is Ms. Miller on the line? Is she on the line? Is she still with us at a Gmail address?
I am.
Can you hear us, Ms. Miller?
I can.
Okay, very good. We're about to begin dismiss hearing, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Here.
No, we have that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This. I'll let you-
Thank you.
A lot.
Ms. Miller, can you hear me again?
I can.
Do you have before you those exhibits that I sent via email, the B1 through B5?
I do.
Okay, just want to make sure you have a copy of those before we proceed.
Okay.
You gonna call it on? Or what?
Oh, we've already gone.
All right, good afternoon. The first matter before the board panel is a motion to dismiss a full board appeal regarding license number R-853-774, case number 2019-0546. My name is Edward Wiggins. I'll be serving as the hearing officer. At this time, I will allow the board members to introduce themselves, starting to my right.
Nancy Norris Johnson.
Shirley Jackson, LPN.
Alton Shaw.
Mary Stewart.
Dr. King, nurse practitioner.
Janie Clanton.
Jeremy Cummins.
Jan Collins, consumer member.
I'll let the record reflect that we do have a quorum present. This is a motion brought on by the state. Ms. Miller, are you present?
I am.
Council, do we have any preliminary matters?
Yes, I would like to admit the exhibits B1 through B5 into the record, as well as have Ms. Miller sworn in.
Ms. Miller, do you have a copy of those exhibits?
I do.
Do you have any objection to those exhibits?
No.
This time I'll ask the court reporter to swear you in.
She needs to see her. We need to see her.
Ms. Miller, can you turn your camera on so we can see you, please?
It says I can't do it because the host has disabled it.
Okay, give us just a moment.
Will you raise your right hand so I can swear you in, please?
I still don't I don't know if you see me.
Yes, ma'am, we can see you.
Okay.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Miller, are you represented by counsel?
I am not.
You understand you have the right to be represented by counsel?
Yes, sir, I do.
And it is your desire to proceed with this hearing today?
Yes.
Thank you. Counsel.
Yes, brought before the full board today is the state's motion to dismiss the full board appeal. In October 2020, specifically October 8, 2020, this matter did come before the board panel. Ms. Felisa Miller was not present at the board hearing. Due process at that time was established via certified mail to the address 180 Byway Road, Ackerman, Mississippi 39735. Subsequent to that decision and order signed on April 15th, 2021, that order was sent via certified mail to 180 Byway Road, Ackerman, Mississippi 39735. Ms. Miller then initiated an appeal of that order, and subsequent to that, on 3 different occasions, April 27, 2021, May 20th, 2021, and August 25th, 2021, state staff sent Ms. Miller the rules of procedure governing appeals. To date, the state has failed and refused to receive anything with regard to a brief regarding Ms. Miller and her appeal. On September 9, 2021, the board sent Ms. Miller via certified mail a notice of time lapse on appeal and enforcement of final order, and that's located in Exhibit C. You will note that that notice of time lapse was sent to 180 Byway Road, Ackerman, Mississippi 39735. The certified mail receipt is listed on the notice. The tracking receipt accompanies it, states that it was delivered and left with the individual. We are here today, the state is here today simply from a procedural standpoint. Ms. Miller had a time frame within 60 days to provide a brief. She has failed to do so. At this time, the state, pursuant to its rules and procedures located in 2825, we ask that this full board dismiss this appeal and enforce the order dated April 15th, 2021, revoking appellant's license. Thank you.
All right, thank you, counsel. Ms. Miller,
Yes, sir.
do you have a response?
Well, yes, sir. Pursuant to receiving any documentation about the meetings and the times, it is my understanding that my email address was not accurate. And so therefore, all the correspondence that they were submitting to me, I had not received anything in reference to this matter. I, in fact, made my initial contact with your attorney, Mr. What's his name? I don't want to butcher it. Witzmeiger. Yes, Mr. Mutt Zeiger.
Yes, Wesley.
And at the time, yes, sir, that's who it was. But I wasn't aware of anything. Initially, on the October date that I was set to address the matter, I did not have any Zoom meeting IDs, no meeting numbers, no nothing. I was just sent some correspondence that I had a Zoom meeting. I had no way of getting on that meeting. I had no way of knowing a meeting ID to address any of that. And so I actually called into the facility. I attempted to try to find out the person that I was supposed to talk to, and I just literally got bounced around the building until they finally just hung up on me. And so I never even had any ability to address the meeting on October 8th because I had no correspondence and nothing was sent to me with a Zoom meeting ID or the protocol to get on this meeting.
May I respond?
Okay, counsel, how do you respond?
Yes, sure. I respond because the issue and the key is the actual address, 180 Byway Road, Ackerman, Mississippi. And the reason I say that is key is because while we were under the emergency order, and yes, we had virtual proceedings, those that did not have the proper email address, that it was the nurse's responsibility to update, there was still a mechanism with our rules where they would arrive to the board and they were circumvented by staff, given Zoom instructions, given information, because again, we wanted to make sure those that did not get any information via email, that those that received it from their physical address and would appear here would have the proper information. And Ms. Miller failed to do either.
Okay, so she received notice via mail.
That's correct. And that is how the order in April was delineated, that those due process rights had to have been confirmed via certified mail before we could proceed. She was not present at the hearing.
Okay, Ms. Miller, has your address changed?
No, sir, my address has not changed. I did get the correspondence about the Zoom meeting for October 8th. I was in receipt of that. What I was not in receipt of is a meeting ID, a Zoom meeting ID, the ability to get into the meeting in order to respond to the situation that was at hand. I had no ability to do any of that because I didn't receive any correspondence in order to address the matter. They did not send me the Zoom meeting or an ID meeting via certified mail along with the letter. They only sent me a letter. It didn't tell me how to do the Zoom meeting, the time. It was at 10 o'clock, I think, but there was no specific instructions as to how to get on the Zoom meeting to respond to the allegations.
Again, the key is in the hearing. If due process cannot be established, we cannot move forward.
Okay, Ms. Miller, so the letter you received indicated that you're supposed to have a hearing. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. It only said that I had a Zoom meeting. And I attempted to call in to the State Board of Nursing to address that concern, but I wasn't sent to anyone who could tell me how to get on a Zoom meeting, to give me the meeting ID for me to show up to the Zoom meeting ID, and it didn't, at the time that I received the correspondence, it didn't tell me to present. It's told me that I had a Zoom meeting, because I assume, and that may be wrong for me to do that, that you guys were not doing face-to-face interviews because of the coronavirus. So it said Zoom meeting. That's specifically what it addressed. But with the Zoom meeting, no meeting ID, no numbers, no links to get on the Zoom meeting, no nothing. I had nothing to get me to a Zoom meeting.
Ms. Miller, I see in these exhibits some email exchanges. What is your email address?
My email address is FeliciaMiller4@yahoo.com. And if you will, some of the correspondence that I was being sent, and I am actually speaking to Exhibit B, where Miss Rochelle Ward was conversating with your attorney. And she was telling him that, actually, Mr. West says, I have forwarded you the correspondence to Miss Miller. We have received the written request and payment of fine. I have no further correspondence with her besides the email attached. This is the first time that I actually called into the facility to address this matter, because I was not aware that my nursing license had been revoked. As a matter of fact, the only way that I found out that my nursing license had been revoked is I was actually on a new job. I was sitting in the office doing an orientation. They ran my nursing license, and she said something was wrong with my nursing license. So I'm thinking it's just a glitch. So she did it 2 or 3. Yes.
Okay, on this Exhibit B that you referenced?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I don't see a Felissa Miller for
See, what I was. Yes, sir. That is exactly what I'm trying to speak to. All of this correspondence went to FeliciaMiller@yahoo.com. I don't have that email address, and I tried to indicate to them I have not received anything from you because I don't have that email address any longer. So any correspondence that they sent to FeliciaMiller@yahoo.com, I was not in receipt of. I've never seen anything going to. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Did you update your email address in the system for the board?
No, sir, I did not, and I will be very factual. I did not update my email into the system because, for one, I will say I never in my wildest dreams thought that I would be here doing this, but I've always just renewed my license through the Gateway portal, and I've never thought about the email address part of it. I've never even thought about that. I've been a nurse for 34 years. Until they use the Gateway portal, that's how I have kept my license current. I have never addressed an email address change. Yes, sir.
You understand you're supposed to keep your contact information with the Board of Nursing current?
I did not until they made me aware of that. I did not know that changing my email address would have negated that I needed to send it to the Board of Nursing.
Counsel, do you have a response?
I do not.
So during the time of this correspondence, Ms. Miller, your mailing address has always been the 180 Byway Road in Akron?
Yes, sir, it has.
Any questions for Ms. Miller from the board panel? Any questions for counsel on the board panel? Council, do you have anything further you want to present in this matter?
Not in this matter.
Have a closing statement you'd like to make?
Thing is the fact that this really is before the full board, a matter of procedure. You know, had Ms. Miller submitted a brief to argue her case, the full board certainly could have considered overturning, affirming the order. But we're arguing here today, I think, on a misunderstanding or just a miss something. And the state would just offer to you that the staff has done all that it can do to provide Ms. Miller and afford her all opportunity to understand what is required. And it's just not been met. So on those basis, the state would ask that you approve that motion to dismiss and allow Ms. Miller, while the revocation would be enforceable, to come forth at the next available hearing for restoration, should her application be ready.
Okay, Ms. Miller,
Yes, sir.
there is a behind Exhibit B5, a copy of a post.
Behind exhibit, what is it now?
Exhibit B5, it should be the very last one.
Yes, sir.
There is a copy of a postal.
B5?
B as in boy.
Yes,
the
sir.
number 5.
That, right. Yes, sir.
There's a copy of
I
a.
have that.
Okay, there's a copy of a postal money order.
Yes, sir.
Do you see that?
Yes, sir. Yes, I do.
Okay, and what is that for?
Because when I made the initial contact and I spoke with Mr. West, this was my contact person that gave me any information in regards to how this process was going. Mr. West, at the time he and I spoke, made sure that he told me I said, are you telling me that I have a revocation? And he said, yes, you are no longer considered a nurse. You cannot say that you're a nurse in the state of Mississippi. Yes, sir, I understand. So he gave me some things. As a matter of fact, Mr. West and I were the people who initially registered my new email address. He sent me some correspondence, told me to send him something back so he could validate it was in fact the right email address. And I did that. So that is the person that I was speaking to while this was going on. He gave me some instructions. I asked questions about how can I overturn this? Has it ever been done? Yes.
I
Yes, sir.
appreciate that information. I'm just asking what the postal money order is for.
The postal money order was because Mr. West told me if I was interested in filing up an appeal, I had to send a money order, and told me what to do, send a $50 money order, and that is what I did.
Did he tell you to do anything else?
No, he didn't. He sent me some email that I have to be the first person to say. I still have to admit my point. And because of emotions running high and now my license revocated, he was the person who was supposed to have, he sent me some correspondence about how the board findings and how it went about. And I have to say on my part, not fully understanding how the process worked. I sent the email because I didn't want to lose the chance of being able to have an appeal. So I sent the money order, but my instructions or what was said was that it was highly unlikely that I would be able to overturn it.
So is it your testimony that all Mr. Mutzliger told you had to do for an appeal was to send a money order?
That was my understanding.
Okay. Do you understand that as a nurse, you're supposed to be aware of the rules and regulations regarding the profession?
To an extent, yes, sir. I certainly understand what you're saying, but I also will have to say in my defense that I'm not a lawyer, and the legal jargon is somewhat, distorted to me for going in and knowing exactly how to handle this and not have gone through this process before. And as a matter of fact, I have never addressed the situation, which is why I'm here today, and still didn't know to do anything until a friend of mine had gone through this situation and she started talking me through the steps. When I submitted my money order, in my mind, I thought that the board was going to contact me and tell me that I had a right to appeal. I did not know that I had to start requesting documents and doing all this to get to the next phase. I thought my $50 money order was just to say, I want an appeal. I didn't know that I needed to do something subsequent. I thought after that time that they would tell me that I was granted an appeal and then I would submit the information. I did not know that I should have immediately started asking for information.
Did you consider at any point consulting an attorney?
I very much did. Yes, sir. I did consider consulting an attorney. As a matter of fact, from the time that Mr. West spoke with me, I was, in fact, had spoken to several agencies to get an attorney, realized, I would in fact thinking, because I sent the $50 in and they would grant me the appeal and tell me that I had an appeal. At that time, I would know to go and put a lawyer on retainer. Well, I never got that correspondence back that I was in fact granted an appeal. So I again reached out to Mr. West in an email. And and it is an exhibit. It is part of Exhibit B. I sent him some correspondence and I told him that I wanted to be able to assist in the COVID-19 pandemic. And I had seen a number of family members experience and succumb to the disease, but I did not want to do anything, and that I am aware that I cannot legally hold a registered nurse position in the state of Mississippi. I was asking him at this time why that they had not contacted me in reference to the appeal when I sent him that email. And then it was some day, maybe 2 weeks later, when I again got a certified letter that said to me, well, you've waited too much time. You've exhausted your time frame. Because I didn't know that. And it seemed as if I never would hear anything from the board in reference to anything that I was doing until I reached out to someone. And then maybe a week or 2 weeks later, then they would send me some correspondence. But in that exhibit, I reached out to him and emailed him. And then I got some correspondence from the board that says Exhibit C, notice of time lapse on appeal. I received that in the mail. But that was after I contacted Mr. West regarding why I, in fact, had not heard anything regarding my appeal.
Just for you. I have a quick question for you. So I just want to be clear that the decision that we are here to make today is to dismiss the full board appeal. That's the action that we need to take. And then if she wants to have a hearing, then certainly we can provide her guidance on that. Is that correct? That's correct. Okay, thank you. That's it.
Ms. Miller, do you have a closing statement you'd like to make to the board?
other than the fact that this has been a very tumultuous situation to me. It has been a very tumultuous situation. Never saw myself on the receiving end of any of this. Never understood. But my concern initially, and of course I have to bear my part of it too, with the initial correspondence in October. Had I had a Zoom meeting ID, had I had a meeting ID and a verification code, I could have addressed this on the front end, but I don't know why that wasn't a part of the certified mail. Because as sensitive as it is, I don't understand why that wouldn't have come with the letter as opposed to why it has to be linked to an email that I never got. Therefore, there was no feasibility to address this on the front end.
Right, thank you, Ms. Miller. I want the record to reflect that Nancy Johnson is not participating in the deliberation or the decision in this matter. Ms. Miller, we are going to hear another matter in just a moment. We'll look at deliberating on both of those matters and rendering a decision. So you are welcome to stay on, but we will hear another matter shortly.
Is it okay if I leave this meeting until you deliberated the other situation?
Sure, that'll be fine. Will you be, I guess, I don't know when to tell you to come back.
Well, I will just stay on. I didn't know if it was sensitive information and I didn't need to be privy to it or whatever.
These are open to the public, so if you're
I
gonna
can
stay on,
certainly
I
mute
guess.
my mic.
Yes, ma'am, please do, thank you.
Okay.
We'll talk about it.
Okay, the next matter before the board panel. License number R879342. Of course, this is an appeal to the full membership of the Mississippi Board of Nursing. Just go through some ground rules for this particular matter. Appeals before the full membership of the board are limited to the record of the hearing before the board panel. Full membership of the board shall not retry the appeal case. Argument shall be directed solely to issues from the record of the transcript that results in the appeal decision and not include new evidence, testimony, or witnesses. Respondent at police shall be allotted 20 minutes to present arguments why the decision of the board panel should be overturned or affirmed unless otherwise ordered by the board. The party is not obligated to use all allotted time, and the board may terminate the argument when in its judgment further argument is unnecessary. Parties will not be permitted to read from records. The full membership of the board in its discretion may advise the parties of points upon which it desires to hear argument. Board members who participated in the board hearing panel shall recuse themselves from participation in the appeal hearing of this matter. I'll note for the record that those board members have already recused and are not present. Any preliminary matters, council?
Yes, at this time, exhibits A through G need to be admitted into the record.
To those exhibits, Mr. Mercier,
No objections.
they are admitted.
Do we have a time? Is there a time?
Your appeal will begin with you. Are you using the full 20 minutes or do we need to make another?
What I'd like to do is to split it up. Can y'all hear me okay? Do I need to? I was being told I can hear. What I'd like to do is do 12 and 8, but if I don't even get to the 12, can I just push that to the 8, add it on?
Any objection, counsel?
No.
May begin.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, my name is Doug Mercier. I represent Kimberly Evans, the appellate in this matter. There's a lot here. I'll try to unpack it and try to put it in some chronological relevance fashion for you. But there's 3 primary matters of importance to look at here. The first thing is that Kimberly Evans is appealing from the final order of the board that is dated November the 5th, 2020. Notice of appeal for that was filed December the 1st, 2020. That is Exhibit A of the appellate's brief. That board order, if you will look at it on page 2, it lists 5, there's 5 numbered paragraphs. Under there, those 5 paragraphs, there's absolutely no substantive facts listed there. Nothing about the facts or evidence that was in the record to support that final order. Substantive finding facts are required by law for any order from any agency. Without findings of fact, it is an infirm order. I've quoted law in my brief that sets out the requirement that all orders be supported by findings of fact. This order is not. That order is also found, I think, as Exhibit D on the board's exhibit list. The second important matter is that what the board did here is they denied something that was requested by Kimberly Evans. She was not up here on a disciplinary matter. She had an order already in place. What she did was she sent a letter to the board on March the 17th, 2020, which is attached as Exhibit B5 to the brief. In that letter, this is what she said. I am writing this letter to request that my probation be terminated and the stipulations and conditions be removed that were instated on my license listed in the final order dated November 20, 2018. I have been in full compliance for a period of greater than 12 months and have completed all conditions required. All required documents have been previously forwarded. Please let me know if anything is needed. That was Ms. Evans, that's out of her letter. That is her petition that she made to this board, was to lift the probation that she was under from a November 20, 2018 order. There's no evidence in the record that indicates that she was out of compliance, except for one thing, and that is when this order was rendered by the board, this November 20th, 2018 order, it said that she should not drink alcohol. She should abstain from alcohol. She didn't receive that order until late December. That's according to Mary Ann Wynn's own notations in the compliance summary. That's when she received it, was late November. Mary Ann Wynn said that her order was in her mailbox, not claimed, so she sent it to her by email in late December. That's the first time she received this order of November 2018, the first time she had notice of the prohibition not to drink. Her problem was alcohol. She continued to drink in her life until December the 17th of 2018. So she was past the November 20th date of the order, but she didn't have notice of it. That's a very key thing in the law is notice. You cannot give somebody a prohibition that they don't have notice for and say, oh, well, you violated it 2 weeks earlier when you didn't have notice. We're finding you guilty of violation of that, even though you didn't know. We had already decided that was the law. You have to give someone notice. She had not received notice. That's confirmed by Mary Ann Wynn of this board. It's in the board's records. Three key matters. That's the only evidence presented at the board's hearing of noncompliance. And that's a noncompliance matter for which she never had notice. The board staff testified that she had complied with her order. All the evidence indicates she complied with her order, except for that one matter that she never had notice of. If you'll look in the brief, there's the summary of check-in, which is B10. And there are, I don't know how many hundreds of check-ins in here. Out of all those, she had one positive that we've talked about and one dilute. And a dilute is not a violation. That's all that she's had. She's been over her problem. She had a past that was difficult for her with alcohol, but she got over it and she did what was required of her by the prior order of November of 2018. That prior order of 2018, bear with me, is Exhibit B9 to our brief. And it states on page 4, item number 8, completion of probation. Respondent shall complete all requirements in this order within 24 months from the date the executive director executes this order, including but not limited to completion of the minimum of 12 months of compliance with the probationary requirements of this order. So she was going to be on probation. It goes further to state on page 8 of that order, a minimum of 12 months of compliance with this order, respondent will be eligible for removal of the stipulations from respondent's license. So it was not automatic. It was not serve your 12 months and then your probation's over. She was required to petition this board, which is what she did. And the last paragraph on that page says that, so it's no mistaking, there shall be no automatic termination of restrictions after the end of the probation period. At the end of the probation period, the respondent may petition the board in writing for termination of probation and full reinstatement of her license without stipulations or conditions. All right, that's contained in the November 20, 2018 order of the board. And Ms. Evans' letter that I read a moment ago, or read from, excuse me, was dated March 17th, 2020, after she had complied. And as I mentioned, the only indication of any noncompliance was the positive alcohol before she received notice of the order. Mary Ann Wynn stated in her notation that it was expected that if she quit drinking December the 17th, that the drug test or alcohol test, excuse me, would come back positive. They expected it to be because she had been a binge drinker. Our position is you cannot use that as evidence against her of noncompliance because she did not have notice that that would be a non-compliant matter until she received the order in late December. I'm not going to try to go over all of the prior history unless it becomes necessary. She did have a history of drinking in prior orders of the board going back to 2017, but that's not why we're here. We're here because she petitioned the board in March of 2020 to have her probation removed and to have her license reinstated. She'd done everything that she was required to do. She has gone on with her life. Out of all of those screenings that you're seeing, you have that one that she tested positive for at the beginning, and which can't be used against her legally. And then you had the one dilute. That's it. There's evidence in the record in Exhibit B11, which says that the board approved assessor's report states that Kimberly's past problem with alcohol was characterized as, quote, alcohol use disorder moderate and full sustained remission. That's Exhibit B11. If there's no other evidence of noncompliance, the board did not have substantial evidence in which to find or deny her petition to find that she was non-compliant. Yet the board did that, but they made no findings of fact in their order, none. That's the definition of an arbitrary decision because it's not supported by evidence. The transcript, the documents, the testimony don't matter. It's what the board says in its findings of fact, and they didn't make any. Last, not only did they deny her petition, they added another 12 months onto it. 12 more months of probation. No notice that she was going to be facing a potential extension of 12 months. Thank you.
May it please the board. Well, there's certainly, okay.
Using the full 20 or?
Please the board. I think one thing that the state can agree with as it relates to this matter with co-counsel is that Ms. Evans does have a drinking problem. In fact, in the transcript on page 13, 15, 23, and 24, Ms. Evans admitted to having problems with alcohol roughly between the years of 2013 to 2018. And her quotes were drinking sometimes excessively, and that she was in denial of her alcoholism. She has had a history with this board, which I think warrants you all knowing that history because it's in the transcript and it's in the exhibits that are before you today. February 5th, 2015, there was a hearing. That hearing was because Ms. Evans tested positive for alcohol while working as a nurse at a facility on the coast. That final order, albeit May 23rd, 2017, asked Ms. Evans to submit to an assessment. After that assessment, 2017, it was recommended that she extend the order 12 months for additional testing. That additional testing resulted in it being approved by the Compliance Committee on February 2nd, 2018. Interestingly enough, that prior to its acceptance, she had a second positive alcohol screen, January 2018. Time rocks on, but not long. May 2018, there was another positive alcohol. Ms. Evans admitted to drinking while on vacation. So then we have a hearing of July 2018. And in that hearing, Ms. Evans appeared, and she appeared before the panel and admitted to drinking alcohol, her drug of choice, while on vacation. The board, in its November 20th, 2018 order, ordered Ms. Evans 12 months of continued probation with drug screens. Now, what you all need to understand in terms of the legality of that November 20th, 2018 order is that the Board of Nursing is not required to provide actual notice as it relates to the board order. The Board of Nursing is only legally required to provide that order via certified mail, and that is statutory. That is found in the Board of Nursing's Nurse Practice Act, black and white. Now, another interesting thing about the notice component that co-counsel has submitted to you all is that Ms. Evans was present during the July 2018 order. And while a hard copy of what she was to do was not presented her at that July 2018 order, she heard the decision of the board. So in all reality, she had actual notice, maybe not the legal actual notice, but the actual notice of what was going to be required of her. We rock on again. January 2019, positive for alcohol. So within a 5-year span, you're looking at about 4 positive alcohol screens. So the board had a hearing in July of 2020. Now that 2020 hearing was brought about by Ms. Evans. And that hearing, it was a petition. Now, the board has the authority to hear those petitions as the law allows for the board to refuse to grant any petition. The board also has authority in 2825 in its rules of procedure when there are cases where respondents or petitioners have the burden to pursue that burden, to look at competency, to look at the evidentiary information that is presented by the petitioner so that the board can examine whether or not this particular practitioner is fit and competent to practice. At this hearing on July 2020, Ms. Evans brought nothing to the table. She brought nothing to the table. What you have within the exhibits were what the state propounded, and there were no objections by Ms. Evans. She was also not represented by an attorney at that meeting. So then you have a November 2020 order. In the order, it denies Ms. Evans' petition and recommends that she attend or have another assessment performed. Now, I have to agree to a degree with Mr. Mercier in that when the board does make a finding, it definitely needs to delineate the defensibility of that finding. Why was she denied? What was it in terms of evidence? Because that is the standard, right, that we are held to as a board to provide that evidentiary standard as to why she did not meet that burden. And certainly that order should reflect why she was denied that. So as the board, full board deliberates, that is something to keep in mind, that if we are to appeal upward, more than likely we would be overturned because those orders have to be supplied with the findings of fact along with the conclusions of law. Now, in terms of due process rights or constitutional rights, that is an important point to make here. Mr. Mercier mentions the 2018 order. I've explained that. But what I want to explain with regard to the 2020 order, the order in which we are here about today, is that this is not an adverse proceeding. This proceeding was not caused by a complaint referencing ill conduct that has to be proven through clear and convincing evidence, right, through a hearing and found guilty or not guilty. We're not dealing with that type of hearing. We are dealing with a hearing that required Ms. Evans to bring forth supportive evidence to show why she should have her licensure restored and the restrictions removed. And the board found that she did not meet that burden. There is a question mark as to why the board ruled in that way. I would offer to you that in the November 5, 2020 order, it does recommend that Ms. Evans submit to an assessment. And I think that's important. And the reason that's important is because in the hearing in July of 2020, testimony was brought about by Ms. Evans, where she admitted she had not complied with all the recommendations of the previous requirement of the assessment. That's in transcript at page 21. That's important because if the board denied Ms. Evans the opportunity to have those restrictions lifted, then again, it must have had reason to do so. It's not spelled out in the order, but the transcript does provide us some window of the why. And perhaps looking at that transcript at that specific area might give the board some guidance. Ultimately, this board's role is to protect the public. We want our nurses to practice. We want our nurses to protect patients. We need nurses. But we have a job here, and that job is to make sure that those nurses who come before us, who do have drinking problems, that the board is assured that they're not going to do that when they are working in the capacity as a nurse. And when you have an individual that admittedly had an alcohol problem, it should be a concern of this board to make sure that certain safeguards are put in place so that we can protect the public. So with that said, I will just end with certainly the order needs to be reviewed as to the factual findings. I would agree with Ms. Mercier on that point. The actual notice of the 2018 order is not required. Constitutional rights and due process rights were not violated as they were substantiated as will reflect in the record of the materials before you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. May. All right.
I think that Ms. Thompson-May is correct that what's in the transcript is important. So I would urge you to take a look at the transcript, and the copy that of the board's exhibits is better than mine. If you take a look at exhibit E1 and you go to page 21. Let me read it for you in case you're having trouble finding it. At the bottom of page 21 of the transcript, it says this as a question. You've had recommendations from one chemical dependency assessor to a psychological assessor to recommendations from Crossroads. And have you complied throughout this journey with all of those recommendations? Answer, no. And if she didn't say anything about anything from the board, that comes next. That's what Ms. Thompson-May left out. That's the next question. Next question. Have you complied with the board order in every way during this journey? Answer, yes, sir, except for your drug screens. Well, the one positive in the beginning, that's the one in January after she stopped binge drinking, December the 17th, 2018. So I think it's important that you see that her testimony was that she had indeed complied with the board's order. Also in the transcript, she discusses the drug screen, the alcohol screen on page 22. Further down there, she says, and so the final order was in place. You submitted to drug screen and it was positive. Answer, I had the one positive after that. And as I explained to Ms. Wynn, I had a feeling, I knew it was more likely than going to be positive. Mary Ann Wynn, she said she expected to be positive. That's in her notes in the compliance summary. Also, on page 28 and 29, Vera Rucker was testifying. This is the question to Ms. Rucker. Based on your review, she complied with the recommendations. Answer, she did comply with the recommendations beginning outpatient treatment, but she started it a little, she didn't start it immediately. I believe she started in June and did a 10-week course, and she did successfully complete that. So other than the positive PEth test, January 8th, 2019, what other instances of noncompliance were there? Well, there was a dilute specimen in March of 2019, which is March 2nd, 2019. It was dilute. That's all there was. That's it. She was in compliance, except for those things right there, the dilute, which is not a matter of non-compliance, it's a dilute specimen, and the one positive, which we explained, she can't be held accountable for it because it's prior to her being given notice. Everything that Ms. Thompson may describe to you about Ms. Evans drinking is probably true. She had a drinking problem, goes back years, 2013. She's not had anything to drink since December 17th, 2018. That's her date of sobriety. We know people have problems. We know people can get well. That was her date of sobriety. We're not talking about the prior orders here. We're talking about this one order that was a result of her petition to have this board lift the probation and reinstate her as she was required to do under the terms of that November 2018 order. She was required to come here because it didn't terminate automatically. She did that. This board said, well, we don't think you were in compliance, but there's no record. There's no finding of fact to support that. Even the findings don't say that. There's no if you read the finding, it's 1 through 5, I think it's 5, it says nothing about any of the facts in this case, 0. So regardless of anything else, you've got to have a valid order. That order is not valid. What the law says about that is this. There's a similar case. Well, I won't say similar case, but there's a holding from a case that involves something similar. It's from the Wilson case. This is a quote from the Supreme Court of Mississippi. The facts reflect that since 1988, when Wilson finished his treatment at Harbor House and Victory Manor, he has not used drugs or alcohol of any kind. He testified that he was in aftercare. The urine screen conducted in July of 1990 during the pendency of Wilson's appeal in Chancery Court did not detect the presence of any habit-forming drugs. In the absence of a showing that the board applied a reasonable standard, the conclusion is inescapable that the decision as to addiction is arbitrary. The same here. If the board is going to try to say you're still addicted to alcohol with no proof or evidence since 2018, that's arbitrary. The board can't do that, not legally. This is another law in Mississippi, or a holding, where a hearing or finding is required. A finding or decision without support in the evidence is beyond the power and jurisdiction of administrative agencies. That's important, beyond the power and jurisdiction if you don't have findings. It is contrary to law and void, arbitrary, capricious, unreasonable, or an abuse of discretion, and may constitute a denial of due process of law. That's in Game and Fish Commissioners versus Marler, 206 Southern 2nd, 628, Mississippi, 1968. That's how far back due process goes just for administrative agencies. It goes back further than that, really. It also is the law that if you're going to be disciplined, you're required to have notice. Now, if I can quickly look at the 2020 order, what it says in the very last paragraph, it is further ordered that the respondent shall not be eligible for reinstatement of her nursing license or privilege in the state of Mississippi until at least 1 year after the date of this final order. So they extended for another year her ability to come before the board and ask for reinstatement, but they gave her no notice that that might happen. based on the argument today, we request that the board overturn the decision of November the 5th, 2020, and allow Ms. Evans to be reinstated. Thank you.
Thank you, council. Any questions for, let's start with Mr. Mercier from the board panel. Mr. Mercier, where is your client today?
She is recuperating from surgery.
Any questions for Ms. May from the board panel? Council, you have a closing you'd like to make?
I think I've said enough.
Thank you. All right.
Have a motion to go into closed session, term executive session. This. Second, all in favor? I'll go into closed session. Yeah, deliberate on the 2 minutes. Yeah, we got it.
Board panel will now exit to executive session. We will return with decision on license number 79342.
Who's gonna stay in here? Keep thinking.
been together for 2 years. We recently got engaged. I've been saying this thing my whole life. I've scrapbook, I fish all my hopes, dreams right here. Wow.
Everybody's here, yeah. That's it.
Again, we are back in regular session following deliberation on license.
Is it Miss Miller? Miss Miller?
Can they hear us?
Ms. Miller, are you on?
I am.
Okay,
I am.
all right, very good, thank you. Following deliberation on license number R 853774, the board panel renders the following. The motion to dismiss is granted. The licensee is able to petition for restoration of her license. regarding license number R 879342. The board panel renders the following. The administrative appeal decision is reversed. The license is reinstated without conditions. Copies of these orders will be forwarded within 30 to 45 days. Absent any questions, Ms. Miller, you are excused. Mr. Mercier. You are excused.
There being no further business, have a motion with Motion Jan, second Melissa, all in favor.
No, we just want to stay on all weekend.
Love you all.
Y'all have a Merry Christmas. Be safe.
Love you.
Yes, Merry Christmas.
I go have to come to Vanessa.
Thank y'all for all the goodies. Merry Christmas.